Well, good morning, guys. It's another bright and early day here for Karen Reed. I feel like the early mornings are already starting to wear on me a little bit. My voice is not quite there with me. I feel like maybe some bags under my eyes. It's a zombie watch. It's just going to be that kind of trial. But no, seriously, guys, I'm looking forward to today. If you missed yesterday, I had some people show up in my comments saying, didn't know where to find you yesterday. Sorry about that. I was on Defense Diaries podcast. If you go onto my channel page and scroll all the way down to the bottom, I've got a section for appearances on other channels, which I am terrible at updating. I just have not been very good at tracking when I go other places to do things. But I did go ahead and put in the links to yesterday's session down there. So if you're interested in catching up on that, definitely go and check it out. It was my first time on the channel with that crew. Had a great time. Really enjoy those guys. Met them through just conversations about cases on Twitter, on X, and really my kind of people. The kind of folks who are there to tell you how it is, not to tell you what you want to hear. And I personally really appreciate that. It's one of the hard jobs of being a lawyer. A lot of lawyers, you find it easier to just take the money and tell people what they want to hear, even if it's not necessarily in their interest to do that. It's not my thing, not what we're there for, not what you're paying me for. It's more valuable to get the truth than it is to just, you can pay anybody money to tell you what you want to hear. So really enjoyed that session. Jay, Bob, and Allie, great lawyers. Really enjoyed their commentary and just kind of the chance to have a little, back and forth, little feedback, meeting of legal minds and stuff on some of these issues with this case. Oh, as far as what we got to see, I mean, it's, what can I say? It's more of the same. We're really focusing on keeping Colin Albert out of the house for some reason. Really important to the Commonwealth to have this pre-Buttle case really strongly made. One of the points Allie made at the end of the day yesterday that I thought was a great point is, wouldn't it be funny if once we finally get to the defense case, Alan Jackson just completely switches gears and doesn't focus on any of these people at all, and Commonwealth has just kind of wasted all this time batting down all of these angles that the defense ultimately doesn't end up taking, because of course they don't have to solve the crime for the jury. They don't have to point at some specific person and say this is who was responsible, this is how it happened. All they have to do is just show a reasonable likelihood that it was, somebody besides Karen Reed, that it wasn't Karen Reed. And whether that is somebody in the Albert house, whether it's the snowplow driver, whether it's some random person driving by, whether John slipped and fell and cracked his head on the sidewalk and then, got his arm grabbed by a coyote. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, and that's really all the defense has to do to potentially plant that seed of reasonable doubt in the minds of the juries. I have also noticed that the Commonwealth is so behind. They're so behind on this case. I went back through the witness list because I wanted to see where exactly are we. We're almost 3 weeks in, so we're almost 3/4 of the way done with their case. They have finished 38 witnesses, and there are 49 still to go. We haven't heard from a single state trooper. Of course, we haven't heard from the McCabes. We haven't heard from any of the other tech people that they have on their list. The things that really seem to be the most important when it comes down to establishing what happened that led to John O'Keefe's death. So I have a suspicion this trial might drag out a little bit longer than we're expecting to, because I can't say I expect Judge Cannoni to take a hard line, cut the Commonwealth off when they're done, when their time is done. You said it was going to take 4 weeks. You've had 4 weeks. That's it. Sit yourself down. And this is part of the cost of her not taking a little bit more of a aggressive stance when it comes to policing the repetitiveness, and not just the repetitiveness, but the repetitiveness on the absolutely pointless stuff. Uh, the very few times she's nudged the state to move it along, great, but it's taken a while to get there. We had to get through about 5 fire department witnesses before she finally tells him, it might have even been more than 5, because we heard from like 12 total, uh, before she finally tells him we don't need to hear any more about clearing the apron. Uh, we wasted all that time. You could have said that several witnesses ago, but she'll make that correction, and then very next witness, we're back on to some kind of repetitive nonsense that really doesn't matter with the case. So the time management here has just really, really been atrocious. At this rate, it's going to take the Commonwealth 6 weeks. And then, of course, however much time the defense needs for their case, they'll get to take. And then who knows what the Commonwealth would intend to do for rebuttal. I would hope at least their rebuttal would be limited, since they have done so much pre-buttal, like so much of what they're supposed to be doing with all that is they're doing it now. They're not waiting for the defense case to do it. They're doing it now. So that doesn't give me a lot of confidence that we're going to have this wrapped up in a real timely fashion. So feel bad for the jury about that. You go into jury duty and they question you about your hardships and your plans and things like that, and they go in with an expectation of how long it's going to take, and nobody really likes when it goes long. That's the main reason why I'm kind of surprised that Judge Cannoni has not taken a harder stance on the time management from the Commonwealth. Not because she's on anybody's side or she wants to cut things off or whatever. It's just respect for the jury and for the jury's time. Judges tend to be protective of their juries. Saw that a lot with Depp v. Heard, talked about that, a lot of the protection that they got. In this case as well, we don't have identities. We don't have, obviously they're not on camera. The jury is not going to be the focus of any of this. Their part really, really gets protected. And so, yeah, just springing on them when she's made all these comments too about how, we need to not be late and we need to respect their time and not take up all this unnecessary time with sidebars and stuff. With sidebars, why don't we not take up unnecessary time with all this bullshit, Judge? How about that? I can't imagine the jury wouldn't appreciate not hearing some of this same stuff for, the 4th, 5th, 6th time, when it doesn't even seem to be something that's in dispute. So, yeah, just a little bit strange that she is not protecting the jury in that sense, and holding the Commonwealth a little bit more firmly to the fire when it comes to getting things done, so that the jury is not really put out. They're not inconvenienced, far beyond what they had even planned and anticipated with a trial of this length. So let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday. The starting off with the cross of Julie Nagel. What was it? 1 question, 2 questions. I mean, it was pretty much nothing. I felt sort of bad for her having to come back for all that, when they could have just finished it right away. And ultimately, it didn't seem to be any significant stuff. The significant thing with Ms. Nagel was very clearly that black blob. And that, didn't get revisited again yesterday. Just again, the timing of the investigation, the fact that she didn't contact police once she learned the next day that there had been a body, found in the lawn, the same place where she says she saw this black blob. And so I think that's a, pretty good point from the defense there. It just either makes you look really bad, like how callous a person are you that you don't even care about getting this information to police, or maybe it didn't happen like that, and maybe you're kind of making that up now after the fact. So then we got the veterinary. The veterinary. This was the most interesting part of the day, frankly, for me, was this veterinary specialist who does the DNA for like species testing and stuff. And what did we learn? We learned they found pig DNA. They found pig DNA, not dog. And oh boy, the Trooper Proctor jokes were flying with that one. But I thought she was a good witness. A lot of these technical witnesses, they testify so often in trials that they develop a sort of script for how to explain things in lay terms. I thought her script was very good. It was able to break down some highly technical stuff and describe it in ways that made it very easy to understand. Like for example, uh, quantification process, and then the amplification process that they use with DNA. You know, she describes this as the whole process is how they open up the cell and they get the DNA, and then they run it through what's like a sponge to get the little pieces separated from the big piece, and then they put it in the photocopier to get all of the pieces together, copied, millions of times, and explaining that difference between the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. Any given cell, you've only got one copy of the nuclear DNA, but you might have thousands of copies of the mitochondrial DNA. So it's a richer source. It's just not it's not as good a source of information because the information you get from it is limited. You don't have that copy, the copy from your mom and the copy from your dad that is going to tend to make you unique. So everybody in your maternal line is going to share that mitochondrial DNA. But yeah, a dog. And then clearly, she's not the one who did the swabbing. She's not the one who, handled the clothes, had any of that, any involvement in that process. And so thought they did a very good job of just setting the stage for the fact that these are going to be issues, of course, when those people came up. Garbage in, garbage out. Alan Jackson said it directly. I love that he said that directly, because that is the bottom line with this type of evidence. Your results are only going to be as good as the quality of the sample that you were given and the quality of the handling of the item at the time. If you can't be assured that the item has integrity, that it hasn't been handled in a way that could damage that, then your the meaningfulness of your results is pretty undermined. So all those little hints he was making with don't know where they swabbed, don't know how to document it, the clothes had been thrown on the floor of the ambulance. I did, of course, notice that this lady in this lab as well, don't they seem really remarkably unconcerned about looking into contamination and secondary transfer types of circumstances? They know that they happen, but then when you ask them about how can that happen, well, we haven't studied that. We haven't validated that. Well, why the hell not? Doesn't that seem pretty important when it comes to being able to evaluate the significance of your results? That's something you should want to know, because you should want to be able to rule out contamination. You should want to be able to rule out secondary transfer as an explanation for why this material is present in the sample that you're testing. But this is an ongoing theme. Of course, you guys following Koberger, that's a theme in there as well. It's come up in that context that U.S. labs, they're just not interested in this. And the reason for that seems to be because it tends to undermine the validity of that type of testing, the importance of that type of testing. If it no longer matters what a sample is going to test as, then that's less work for the lab, right? And the stuff is the testing, the sampling has become so sensitive that they're able to pick up trace DNA, all the time. And so the lab's interest is in, yes, I want to have to test this stuff frequently and give you results. But if people start to learn that maybe it isn't valuable, you're going to have less testing to do. So nearly all of the study and research and stuff that's going on in this particular area, it's happening overseas. A lot is happening in Australia, some in Europe, but very, very little in the United States. And it's worlds collide. Here we are in this case again now, and that's an issue, pointing out how they aren't gonna get interested in validating the circumstances that can lead to contamination. We heard from Ryan Nagel. He seemed pretty persuasive. Frankly, he seemed like one of the most forthright, little nothing to hide witnesses that we've really seen so far. Wasn't antagonistic with either the Commonwealth or the defense, and that makes him, seem pretty objective. He's not on a side. He's not there to convince you of one thing or the other. He's just there to tell you what he saw, and so he doesn't have any problem with doing that, regardless of who's asking him the questions. Then just the other folks who were present in that vehicle, a lot of nothing for the Commonwealth. Once again, nobody saw anything. Nobody saw John McCabe. Or John O'Keefe. And that's such an important point here because where was he? You saw him. Heather Maxson sees him in the truck, in the SUV, turning onto Fairview Road. And then when they drive by and the dome light is on, he's not there. And I thought it was a little strange that it was the Commonwealth even who elicited that. What happens when you open your door, right? The dome light comes on. Well, so you're planting the seed now that John O'Keefe did get out of that car, that he had gotten out of that car right as you were driving by. But they hadn't heard any screaming. They hadn't heard any fighting. They hadn't heard any kind of conflict that would lead you to think that, a murder is about to happen or something. And when they drive by and see Karen Reed, she's just sitting there in the driver's seat looking straight forward, hands on the steering wheel. She's not raging. She's not, sending angry texts, yelling on her phone, nothing like that. She's just kind of sitting there. Looks to me like she's waiting. I've kind of wondered, since I saw this testimony and, the original statement of facts where it's reflected in there, I always kind of wondered if part of the issue here was Karen Reed expecting to just sort of drop him off for a short period and then he was going to come back and they were going to go home together. And that's why she got pissed, because she's sitting out there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and he doesn't come back out. To me, that would make a lot of sense. That would explain quite a bit about, why she's leaving angry voicemails, why nobody saw a fight, because there really wasn't one. She didn't want to be at this party. He wanted to go to the party, so they had this sort of compromise situation. But then she felt like, he broke the deal, so yeah, she's gonna be mad about that. Just seems like a possible theory. It's no better or worse than any of the other ones, I guess. But it definitely makes a lot more sense to me than just, out of everybody's sight after John O'Keefe is already out of the car. For some reason, she goes into a murderous rage and decides to hit him with her car. Then we got into Allie McCabe, and boy, Allie McCabe had some moments. The text messages, the screenshot of the text messages, the big question I had that did not get answered, and I don't think is going to get answered, what's the metadata? I want to know the metadata for the screenshot when it was taken. When was it taken? That to me is pretty significant, because if you took it in the August 2023 timeframe, when you're telling us this is when it became relevant because Colin is being harassed, we're being harassed, people are emailing our schools, showing up at our house and stuff like that. So, and that's because the defense is who raised Colin when, according to her, he wasn't there. Then that timestamp then is going to corroborate that. It's going to show me nobody cared about this. This was not significant at all until defense, by your account, made it a theory, made it an issue, and you needed to disprove that. But we didn't get that. If you had taken the screenshot, a couple months before, year before, then we got a whole different situation, because why are you even concerned about it at that point in time if you aren't trying to conceal the fact that Colin Albert was there? And we've certainly heard that theory already from the defense, the fact that the parents nobody mentions to the police when they're asked who was there the night before. Nobody mentions Colin. And they had also, in the trooper's report, according to the trooper, they were told that Caitlin had left at 12:15 as well, before all of this stuff happened. According to Nicole Albert, that was an accident. That was a misunderstanding. He got that one wrong. She's always consistently said that Caitlin was the last to go, but it's not reflected that way in the reports. But these screenshots, they're getting a lot of attention, aren't they? A lot of scrutiny, because I think David Yannetti did do a pretty good job of pointing out how easy it is to be able to manipulate these kinds of things. So that's certainly one way that you can do it. But you can also just do a straightforward Photoshop of an image, cut and paste, put things together. There's a variety of ways that people have identified that it just doesn't quite look right. And to me personally, when I look at the one on Colin's phone, what looks off to me is the line where it has the date and the time, the 11:54, the January 28th, 2022, and the 11:54. Not the whole thing with the commas and stuff like that, because I think folks have identified it just depends on what operating system you're running with, whether you get a comma, at that point in the line. But it doesn't look square. It doesn't look straight. It looks like it shifts a little bit when you get to that 11:54. Like the 11:54, when I'm looking at it on my phone, it's very, very parallel with the top of my phone screen. When I look at the date is not parallel. It's just slightly off. And so the way I described it is like if you took that whole line, I'm not a typeface expert, okay, but I'm pretty good. Like I bought some lumber, okay, and you have to really check, because it's so bad these days. If you're gonna go buy a 2x4, a lot of them, they're not straight, they're very twisted, they're bowed. So you got to get pretty good at like looking, checking to see what kind of board you're getting here. And that's really what it looked like to me. If this whole board is a 2x4, it looks bowed. I don't think I'm going to buy that board. And I don't think that's how it's supposed to look in a regular screenshot of a phone screen. So that has me a little bit not necessarily buying these screenshots. And then, of course, the Life 360 data that really seems to undermine this version of events of how the evening went, because Allie McCabe is very, very insistent that she picked up Colin at 12:10 and he's home about 10 minutes later, and she's home by 12:30, doesn't go out again. But the Life 360 data has her driving around to Canton High School, driving in all these different places and not ultimately getting home until 1:30 in the morning. So I don't know about this. I don't know Life 360. I'm going to have to defer to you guys who have kids and stuff. I don't have kids, so I don't monitor kids. I don't keep track of where they are and stuff. But I know a lot of people out there use this app. I don't really know how accurate it is, how well it works, what kinds of errors are going to be common with it. I don't necessarily expect, strict accuracy from a phone app, but to be glitching in such a way to be putting your phone places where you're not, to me, that's a little bit of a problem. The phone, as we know, the phone doesn't have to be synonymous with the person. Okay. People's phones can be places other than where they are. And so Suppose a possible explanation could be she left her phone in the car and somebody else was doing all this driving around. But who else was doing all the driving around and why? And why wouldn't that person, be available to tell us? I can corroborate that Allie got home and then I took her car and I drove over to Canton High School and back. So just not really sure, that went very well. She did have that very powerful moment when she's talking about the harassment and had a moment of breaking into tears, and that was very compelling. I mean, it's clear that she feels very strongly about that. She has been affected by that. One of the things I mentioned on Defense Diaries yesterday, though, was all that really tells us about is the authenticity of her emotion. It doesn't really tell us that it's valid or that, that means that what she's saying is true or something like that. And while I am not accusing Allie McCabe of being, a criminal or being some kind of, oh, the court's on. Let's see. Why is it not coming up for me? Let me find it, guys. Here we are.
None of that conversation had related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error.
Moving for mistrial?
We're asking the court to correct it.
All right. What do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it. And it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
Yeah, so there we have it, the opening the door. This was a subject of some conversation, and how did that happen? And this had been my theory that, yes, it was because they had implied she only turned them over late in the day, and kind of going to that impeaching the investigation line, the theory that they have. But the problem is that we haven't seen anything so far to tell us why Colin Albert would be ID'd as a suspect. So why would he be relevant at this point that she would have needed to turn that over earlier? So I do think, I mean, I have to agree with Judge Bev on this one. I don't love it, but yeah, I do think that kind of opens the door for her to provide some explanation for why it was done at that point in time and not earlier. And now we get back to Colin Albert. See how he holds up under cross. I gotta say, my impression so far, these kids, they have come across so much better than the grown-ups have.
Cindy. Thank you.
I do see some folks saying it's prejudicial. Yeah, I agree. It is prejudicial when something like that happens. The question is just always, though, is it unfairly prejudicial? Is there so little value from it that you know the negative effects of it outweigh the upsides of bringing it in? And there's a lot of discretion that the judge has to make those types of calls. I don't see this being a situation where that's likely to be overturned. But it is funny seeing Lolly make this argument after he had moved in limine to exclude it. He knows perfectly well how prejudicial it is.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. For the session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes, no. Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
Step on me. Remain standing, face the clock. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you, the court and jury in the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Albert,
Pull over
who
today.
did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Did you speak to your parents?
No.
Did you speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. Spoke to Mr. Lau.
Okay. Yes.
It's not an okay, it's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Not a good look.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone
No.
and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case.
Because he's such a rule follower.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Oof.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
He's on
So you
Snapchat.
have
We already
no
know he's
independent
on
recollection as
Snapchat.
you sit here.
What's this? I don't have social
The
media.
last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with a cop.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with that. It's just a hard question.
Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, You left 34 Fairview at
12:10.
12:10 a.m.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Down to the minute.
Correct.
Go lay down.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Ms. McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't, you're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
You didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Not believable at all.
You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. It's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, did you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Ooh,
He asked you
videos.
about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
Yeah, right.
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
He's friendly with my aunt. Sure
On the
sounds a
photo,
lot
show
like
this
I
loud
went to high
first.
school with someone named Caitlin Albert.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo. And tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know if you, after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
So you don't get to testify about the content of the photo if the photo itself is not in evidence. So this is a hearsay objection. Nobody is believing that the Albert family doesn't talk about this case. I mean, the whole point that they've been trying to make here is that they've been dragged into it and harassed. And I would like to see Mr. Jackson, because that door, okay, the door's already been open. We heard it from Allie. We now just got a little taste of it from Colin as well. People were writing about me on the internet. That's when it became important. Not when John O'Keefe was found dead, but when he was talked about on the internet, which he wouldn't know anything about because he doesn't have any social media. Yeah, a little bit of a challenge there. But I wouldn't mind seeing Mr. Jackson draw a little bit of a distinction here between what he is referring to as harassment and what can be fairly attributed to Karen Reed and her defense team. Because I understand, yeah, if you're getting emails, people are showing up outside your house and stuff like that. People are calling your bosses. I mean, yeah, that's going to feel like harassment to you. But if Karen Reed is not the person doing that, then that I think needs to be made a little bit more clear to the jury that yes, maybe they're blaming her for it because here she is daring to defend herself in a court of law by raising questions about these explanations that frankly don't seem all that credible a lot of the time and, you know, are associated with this shady stuff like the 2 a.m. butt dials and everything. Yeah, she gets to question that, but if she's not the person sending, you know, nasty emails and calling stuff out, you know, showing up at people's work and doing this protesting and stuff like that, then you don't really get to blame her for that. People have a right to be upset about your behavior, and especially if they think, you know, this is showing that you're getting away with something because of who you are, because of your relationships, because, you know, some animals are more equal than others. And, you know, when it comes to Canton, it may very well be that some of these police officers and these police officers' families, yeah, they're more equal than everybody else. They get treated in a way that nobody else would be treated. So, you know, sorry, but that's valid. People are entitled to have their opinions about that. Now, am I personally going to be out showing up at somebody's work, sending them emails and things like that? No, not my style. I'll voice my opinion, but I don't need to like get in your face and try to convince you about it because I already know you're not going to be convinced. You know, it doesn't matter. It's really the rest of the world's opinion that is going to be most significant in a situation like this. But people have the right to do that. And I don't like how that is getting sort of blurred into blaming the defense for that, for blaming Karen Reed, that the jury should hold that type of thing against Karen Reed just because apparently some people are pretty outraged about how all this has gone down.
May I approach them?
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
So we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger, it was 10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Still trying, but I mean, this is right. The photo is not an evidence. You don't get to ask him to describe the contents of the photo until it's in evidence. But I don't know why we're not letting it in. I suppose because it's collateral. But it goes to bias. Bias is never really that collateral. So, yeah. Don't know about this stuff. I didn't have a ring bearer at my wedding, but I sure wouldn't have picked some random kid. Okay. It would have been somebody close. I don't think my brother had kids at that point in time. No, he didn't for sure, because I got married before he did. I think the only person in my close family who had kids was my cousin Cam. So it probably would have been his son. Can't really think of anybody else that I would put in that type of position. We got married on a boat, by the way, like in the middle of the afternoon. It was like a brunch wedding. And I so highly recommend this. It was a great way to do it because the best thing about it, you have a set period of time when the boat is out and you have your service and you have your meal and everybody socializes and have their drinks and whatever. And then the boat docks and guess what? It's over. Time to go home now. There's no lingering. There's no question about how long is this thing going to go on. It's real clear. There's a clear signal. There is a boat docking and you disembark. That's the end of the day. So if any of you are thinking about how you want to have your wedding and have any of those relatives that might overstay, over imbibe, have a little bit of a drag on the situation, definitely consider the boat. Gotta say, this seems like a pretty long sidebar for something that doesn't seem all that significant to me. I mean, either move to admit the photo or not. And if she's not going to admit the photo, I don't know that it matters. We've gotten the point. Yeah, she's not going to admit the photo.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that is being in a wedding party is reserved for most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
Need
You
refresh on that?
testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about, that you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified, question, how long did
Objection.
the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this
Inconsistent
refresh your
statement.
recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice.
Being
right?
mean.
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah, because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes,
He was friendly, cordial,
correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
Made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
Move to admit it, Mr. Jackson. Just move to admit it. Is this another interview that was not recorded? That was just done off the record? It's kind of the implication I got. He said you don't remember Proctor saying anything about the interview being recorded. Or was that when he was talking about the prep with Lally? I'm not sure. I would think this far down the road, we know the feds are involved by this point, although it's still a month before the Fed grand jury is happening. I don't know. You would think they would be a little bit more cautious when they know the feds are involved. I feel one of the things that I have felt bad for Karen Reed about is that this is clearly an enormously stressful proceeding for her to be going through. And stress and MS do not go together. They do not go well together at all. MS can be an extremely painful condition. Now, I don't know, there's different varieties and things like that. I don't know exactly what her condition is. But it would not be surprising at all to me if she is in a lot of pain right now, not just, she's uncomfortable because it's court and stuff like that, but just this whole added burden of having a physical condition that's really exacerbated by stress. And of course, she's being judged by how she appears and her demeanor. It's just this whole extra burden of having to cover up, you know, what you're really experiencing throughout this whole process. Yeah, just feel bad for her. Sitting all day can be so painful. Oh man, yeah. These long days at trial, I always felt a little bit like, because as the lawyer, I get to get up and down. You know, I get to stand up to address the court, stand up to object, stand up to ask my questions. Uh, for me, the hardest part was how dehydrated you get when you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk all day. It really like, oh, I would go home with like a raging headache because you have a hard time drinking enough water. But I always felt so bad for my client who has to sit there the entire time, the jury who has to sit there the entire time. It's a really common issue to come up in voir dire. Honestly, people will, you know, they have a hard time sitting, and that's a serious concern for people being able to serve on a jury. They have back issues, they have sciatica, they have, you know, something else going on where sitting at length is just not good for everybody. She's stuck here sitting while they get to go sidebar.
Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
Let
me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
Okay. But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text them, probably not call
Either or.
them. Okay, but texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
May I have that back?
Is there
I
an
thought you
objection
meant
to using the
approach
Elmo? Why would there be an objection to using the Elmo? Yeah, the
Do you
gap.
want the Commonwealth
February.
to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Can I approach the witness? Just
Yes.
Okay. You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you
Someone
need
from
something
Allie's
as simple
phone.
as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string,
Yeah,
that
February
ends at 12,
20th.
10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
Why didn't
That's
you talk
nearly a
to her
month later.
for almost
correct?
a month?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn. And you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, thank you. We can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switch platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
Hmm.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you.
Objection.
Don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, hours, days, and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Alan, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone, right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Ally McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Thank you.
Nope.
We're finally
You know the
there.
dates and times, you take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. To this day,
Sorry,
you've
but-
never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent. have
Nope.
You remember your police interview.
you? It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
John and I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
Okay.
1, 2.
Does he have nothing else but Snapchat? Did he have it and then wipe it?
E and FF.
Thank you.
You're telling me this guy isn't
Okay.
looking for Instagram hotties?
May we approach?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them in the rest.
Is she going to limit this as more collateral stuff because it's too remote in time? Wouldn't surprise me. Pretty sure I know what's coming because I've seen this. I've seen this posted. This is the busted knuckles. And it's definitely punching. I don't know if you can see it on my hand, but I've got a couple there. I wrap my hands religiously, okay, before you go and hit stuff. Talked about that before. But sometimes, you get a little scraping when you're hitting stuff hard. And so this is almost a week later from when I was hitting mitts on Saturday. So that kind of thing does definitely happen. Pretty easy to recognize. I wonder if that would get past the judge. Can you recall the last hottie that you clocked on Instagram? Well, look, I'm just saying, this is a young man. He's 20. He's, this is kind of the stage of life that he's in. And isn't that sort of how this generation goes shopping for each other? You slide into the DMs of the Instagram baddie. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. He will say he was hitting the heavy bag for this photo. Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't necessarily disbelieve that. I would say I've busted up my knuckles a lot worse hitting the heavy bag than I ever have in sparring. I mean, you're hitting it harder. Sparring, you're usually not going all in, right? Because these are people in your gym. It's practice. Okay, we're talking about practice. So you're not letting go with everything that you have on your sparring partner, but you do on the heavy bag, and that's why you get it all messed up. So to me, that's a perfectly credible explanation for why his knuckles are the way they are. It looks frankly like he's a dumbass who's hitting the bag without any wraps on. But if it's the photo I remember, it is just his right hand. It's not his left that's busted up. And That's, assuming he's Orthodox, that's probably kind of normal too, just because your right hand is your power hand. So you're hitting a lot harder with that one. But that said, if he's only busting up one of his hands on the bag, he really needs to work on that left hook. Okay. You need to be ripping the body. You need to be busting that hand up just as much as you're right, or you're not a very balanced fighter. That's all I got to say about that. Nail the lingo. Andrea Burkhart said exactly like a Gen Z would. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I do see these kids at the gym. I see how they roll. So it's not totally unfamiliar with me. I'm not a complete boomer yet. What do we think of Colin's demeanor here? He's not getting mad. He's still staying pretty flat with his affect. He's not real up. He's not real down. He doesn't seem really affected by any of this. I'm not sure how to take that. I could take that as he's not bright enough to really know what's going on. I could take it as he is just kind of, emotionally distant from all of this for some reason, maybe just because, again, from his perspective, he's been harassed, he's been intimidated, and so he's already kind of had to compartmentalize his part in this process. He's not having the defensiveness that the other witnesses have had. He is being more agreeable, certainly, than, like Brian Albert, for example. Not quite sure what I think of his demeanor. It's just the lack of memory about things that you're going to remember. I'm sorry, you're going to remember your police interview. You're going to remember that. Kay says his memory is too bad, coupled with his blasé attitude. The vibes are bad. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see this coming off as a little you're too unemotional for the circumstances. Again, I really hate to judge people based on this kind of thing, but at the same time, I know that's what the jury's doing. And that's why, like I pointed out with Karen and the MS, and she's probably in pain, and how she's going to have to be trying to conceal that and stuff. And same thing with these witnesses. They're going to be aware that the jury is watching them. So it's just something we got to think about.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it.
There we go.
May I approach one more time?
You got to admit it before you can publish it.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26th, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Finway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
May I publish the
Put it into evidence first.
Just to admit.
move for the admission of just EE?
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
Don't be so annoyed, Bev. You made them go through all these formalities.
Okay, I'll give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The exhibit 85, you want to make them proof. Excuse me, that.
Ma'am?
Yes.
You see that photograph
Yeah.
that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
This is the one with the busted up right knuckles and the
Which one's
perfectly
for you?
clear, pristine
In the
left
middle.
hand.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event, of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
Not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can analyze that.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the
What?
driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my
Caught
left hand,
yourself
so
on
I
your
tried
knuckles?
to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
No. You were punched in the heavy
If I
bag,
remember, it was
kid.
either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on
You
ice.
scraped your knuckles?
and
No,
injured
you
your
scraped your
knuckles,
palm. You hurt your
as we just
wrist.
saw in
You
that
cut
photograph,
yourself on the
right
hand.
across the top of your knuckles.
No.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt,
Yes.
and you braced yourself when you fell your entire body weight by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the
No,
knuckles on
you
your right
didn't.
fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Sister.
Jackson.
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles. Correct?
Correct.
No.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection,
fight.
Your Honor.
Sustain.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Box?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
On the break, we're going to look him up on BoxRec.
You ever practiced boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
No. Sorry.
I wouldn't
Jackson,
say
I'm here
so.
to tell you that.
It's not
Not
jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not
The bag
doing
isn't
push-ups or
hitting back.
calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say, yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No,
Just falling on the asphalt.
correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm
Oh, she
familiar
just
with this.
doesn't like the video of him threatening to fight somebody. All right, we're gonna look up Colin Albert right now on BoxRec. Nope, no people found. So if he does box, he does not compete. They have records of all that now. I went and looked up Brian Albert before just because I wanted to see if he had a record. And I think Brian Albert's era would have been before they started maintaining all of those records and allowing people to be able to access them. This was kind of a thing in amateur boxing for a while because it was so easy to misstate your record, misrepresent your fighting history, and part of how matches are made, especially in the earlier like novice types of divisions, it's based on how much experience the people have, right? You don't want to start somebody who's never had a fight against somebody who's had 100 fights. It's important to have some kind of balance there between the skill level, or you're putting somebody in pretty serious danger. So yeah, it wasn't all that long ago that you couldn't be able to find all that stuff. So I wasn't really shocked that there's not going to be a record of Brian Albert. If he's not competing recently in the Masters division, then there's probably not going to be much about him out there. But so Colin, yeah, if he hits the heavy bag, sorry guys, I'm going to say that's not boxing. It's just not. It's just not. Yes, being able to punch is an important part of the sport, but one of the sayings is that you spend about 6 months learning how to punch and the rest of your life learning how not to get punched. And the bag isn't hitting you back. So it's just it's a very limited part of the sport. If you're not learning how to get out of the way, how to defend, how to be able to react under pressure, how to be able to counter, how to see what's coming and be able to deal with that, no, you're not boxing. You're doing cardio. I buy that. I do not buy that you scraped your knuckles sliding on the driveway. Do not buy that, not for a second. Everybody has had their feet go out from under them. And what do? It's instinctual. You can't even think about it. Your hand goes down to try to catch yourself and you bust your wrist. I remember this from snowboarding because that's like one of the most common injuries you get on the snowboard. You lose your edge, you go back, and your hand goes down. And if it's a packed ice kind of day, you know, it's not a nice soft powder kind of day. Yeah, you can break your wrist, break your forearm going down like that. So, nobody in the entire history of the world has ever slipped and fallen backward and landed knuckles first. Like, it's just not, that is not what happened. I broke my wrist snowboarding. Yeah. Yes. I know many people who have broken their wrists snowboarding. Just a few years ago, my grandma's walking her dog. The dog, sees something and pulls her. She loses her balance, falls down, breaks her wrist. That's what happens.
So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here. It wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but will be a little bit, so we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Oops. Not plausible that there would be even bruising on all knuckles at once. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're saying you punched the concrete, and how did you punch the concrete and not break your hand? Okay, you would more than scrape your knuckles. Like it's weight bearing. You fell on your knuckles, and you're going to tell me you didn't break them? Not buying it at all. Yes, broke my wrist in a slip and fall on the ice at Janice Manbridge. Yeah, that's what
Mr. Albert, you
happens.
stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then
So we're gonna do a
Mr.
board
Jackson
here.
will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break.
Be sure we've
and you'll
seen
get a
these
break
videos.
before we go back. Okay? Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
Separated up.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck. The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
All right. Thank you.
I'll call this one Bang
All
Bang.
right. So play GG first, please.
Oh, the foreshadowing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yo, your name is boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next one, please.
Bang Bang.
Okay.
So is his explanation going to be just that he's
May
got
I
a big
inquire, Your Honor?
mouth?
Yes.
I'm gonna take those two videos one at a time. I'm gonna call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
Okay, so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies, no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
Oh,
I'm not sure.
have you gotten any of that in the emails
Someone
from
walks up to
you
you.
that you're so worried
I'm not
about?
gonna do it. If someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up
they
and
just
just
say it
shouted
online,
across
it
the
doesn't
street and
count?
stood there and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right. So that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
Kinda.
threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang.
Okay.
Right?
Go.
Correct.
Bang, bang.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt on the same night.
Change your
You
shirt to
decided
do another
threaten
threat.
the guys twice.
What are you, Meghan Markle?
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around you?
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
Ooh.
Do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's just.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
You didn't slip on the ice in
And
July.
you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
Yeah, dumbass.
So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, right?
Objection.
No, haymaker is not your hardest
Is that
punch.
right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
Your hands are not
All right,
equal.
Mr. Lally.
Not busting up your left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any,
Oh,
relationship do
hockey?
you have with that club hockey?
None.
Do they fight in
And so-
hockey?
As far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these
Doesn't play
people
hockey?
around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what the names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
So hockey kids who fight,
And
you're going to be telling them to
was there
pull up
ever any sort of
to your peaceful self?
physical fight or any, even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on it.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have no, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we can make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of.
Good call, Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt, he's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, "I've never been in a fight." Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations,
Because
who had
John
a
O'Keefe
propensity to get
looks
in
like he
physical
died in a fight.
altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both, but yes, it also goes to our third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
The jury
Right,
is
Mr.
out
Lally?
for this. They are not
Yes,
in the
Your Honor,
room.
Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night
even if it's
with John O'Keefe on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation
John with their car
having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
Well, whose fault is that, Mr. Lally? No evidence of anything? I mean,
Yes.
at least I agree with
In terms of
that.
evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lally is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay, so may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes, no, I was asking them. All right, so I will, why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
Court, all right.
Time for that fan. Well. Yeah, he sure comes across different in those videos than he is in this courtroom, isn't he? Not quite such the flat affect. I think that this is a close one, and it's kind of ironic to me that the only reason the Commonwealth can kind of get away with this argument that there's no evidence, no proof of his involvement or whatever is simply because we are so out of order. You have put him on the stand before he's really relevant for anything at all. But that anytime somebody is going off on there's no evidence, this is a tell that they just don't want to address what the evidence is, because there is a lot of circumstantial evidence, as Mr. Jackson is pointing out, that there's something to hide with respect to Mr. Albert. The whole situation of when he got there and when he left, and the Life 360 data is circumstantial evidence that in fact he was there, that Allie did not pick him up and take him straight home at 12:10 and get there at get home for good at 1:30 in the morning. The whole not mentioning that he was there to anybody for the first several months of the investigation, hiding his involvement. Yeah, that's circumstantial evidence of, what we call in other circumstances, consciousness of guilt. Okay, consciousness of guilt, when you're hiding stuff that there's really no reason to hide. If he didn't do anything wrong, why aren't people mentioning that he was there? If there's nothing to hide, then why is it a big deal for him to be interviewed by police? Don't you want them to get to the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe? Even if you don't really have much to say, you were there. The timeline of what you saw or didn't see is going to be important from all of these people, for them to try to piece together what were the final moments of John O'Keefe's life. So I just don't know about this. She's taken her time with the ruling. I honestly don't know where she's going to go. This is kind of a close one. I'm inclined to think she's going to let it in. I don't know, though. I really don't know. I mean, would it be, I guess the real question here is, would it be reversible error if she didn't? Is this such crystal clear impeachment of either Mr. Albert or the police investigation that not letting it in would be some kind of harmful error? I don't know. It's hard to conclude that. But, the other thing that I would point out too is that, let's say she doesn't let this in. I don't know that that precludes the defense from being able to revisit it once they've had the opportunity to put on their own case. Once we do have a little bit more direct evidence from the defense experts and people like that, If they've got a medical examiner who's going to say John O'Keefe was beaten to death, okay, then now we have direct evidence that he did not die the way that the Commonwealth is asserting that he did. And so the question becomes, who did it? And what do you need to have to do that third party culprit defense? You need motive and you need opportunity. We have opportunity if there's circumstantial evidence that he was there, and that circumstantial evidence can be inferred by the efforts to hide him and the Life 360 data that would tend to suggest he was still there at the time. I wonder if they're probably not going to have that for him. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how deep and wide this law enforcement, this federal investigation went. Obviously, they got the McCabe's digital footprints. But did they go and get Julie and Chris Albert's stuff? I don't know. They weren't even there. I don't know. I don't know if that would be in the scope of what they were looking at. So don't know if they're going to have that same type of information to be able to impeach Albert with the time of when he left and when he got home. Are they going to have some kind of electronic digital data person or some other type of expert that's going to be able to critique these screenshots? I mean, other than the obvious, the fact they don't have any metadata attached to them, associated with them. We don't know when they were created. We don't know if they've been modified. We don't know if they were photoshopped, can't rule these things out as impossible, but you also do need some kind of proof that that is what happened, not just that it is possible, in order to get this third party culprit defense off the ground. So if they've got somebody who can look at this and say, yeah, this is photoshopped, I'm an expert, I do photoshopping, I analyze things for photoshopping, I can prove that it was, well, yeah, now you're in a lot stronger position to be able to say this was faked because he was there at the time. That gives him the opportunity. We've already got the hint of the motive that he's had an antagonistic relationship with John O'Keefe because of the throwing the beer cans in his lawn. Although that was denied by Chris Albert and Julie Albert. So I guess that isn't technically in evidence. And I'm not sure how they would get it in. If they have John's phone and the communications on John's phone, is there potentially something there where he did communicate with the McCabes or with the Alberts about keep your kid off my lawn? I don't know. I would have expected that to come out during that cross-examination of Chris or Julie Albert back when it happened, if they had that type of thing. But we're just back to being so far out of order. We don't even have a record of John's phone being collected at this point in time. Did anybody notice that all of these first responders, the people who are there at the scene, we've got the collection of the shot glass, or not shot glass, but the cocktail glass, the collection of the blood samples. Where was his phone? Why has nobody mentioned recovering his phone? Would you not have gotten that out of his pocket? I mean, maybe, okay, I could see if it was in his pocket, and so police didn't get it at the time. I would find that hard to believe that you wouldn't recover that instantly. Like, you're not going to wait for that to be taken to the hospital and thrown on the floor and potentially lost or misplaced or whatever. I mean, phones get stolen, especially if you got a nice iPhone. I would think that that's going to be one of the initial things that you're going to secure, because one, it helps you with identification. Two, it helps you with contacting the next of kin or just people who are going to need to be contacted about his condition. But also, of course, it's going to contain the most critical evidence of how he got to that situation, what his final moments were. We haven't heard anything about that phone being collected, about the chain of custody, anything like that. I find that very peculiar. So That may be part of the reason why, if there are communications that can be pointed out between them, that hasn't come out so far. We just don't have enough of a foundation for John's phone at this point. The only other way is going to be through somebody who had personal knowledge of those conversations. Maybe Karen. I mean, it's going to be hearsay, so it has to fit within an exception to the hearsay rule. Hearsay rule, of course, it's an out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of what it said. It's going to be hard to get around that one. She wasn't involved in the conversation, so it would just be something that she, saw in his text messages, or that he told her about, or that somebody else told her about. Unless she was there when all of this was happening, she's not going to have personal knowledge of it. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule when it's not offered for its truth. It's offered to show the effect on the listener. It's offered to show state of mind. It's offered to show motive, opportunity, intent, and stuff like that. So I suppose they could say, well, this isn't necessarily to show that it's true that Colin Albert threw beer cans over the fence or whatever. It's just to prove the basis for that animosity. And I think that would be a viable argument. But in this court, not necessarily sure if they're going to get that leeway for it. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how all this goes. I went ahead and started some comments as we went through, and got some other things to go through. So thanks, you guys. Love this chat, by the way. Really enjoying. I've said before, I have a hard time kind of keeping up with everything as it's happening, but I do try to glance over and at least periodically sort of see what's going on, and just always like what I see, the conversations that people are having, and getting a real good vibe in there. So thank you all for that. From David Sorensen, Andrea Burkhart, how different is it to be able to evaluate appellate issues in real time versus finding them in a completed trial record? Well, this is the $1 million question, right? Because when I'm looking at the appeal record, I am depending on that trial attorney to have preserved the issue. I can look through and see, a million different mistakes that were made, or arguments that should have been raised, or something like that. But if the trial attorney didn't catch them at the time and didn't preserve them, didn't present them to the court to get a ruling on, then chances are pretty good I'm out of luck, unless I can shoehorn it into an argument that either it's a rare type of error that you get to raise for the first time on appeal, or it's a situation where I can say this is ineffective assistance of counsel. It's inexcusable to not catch this, and it had a material effect on the outcome of the trial. Which is not unheard of, by the way. It does happen. I was thinking about this recently because I just was seeing some stuff on X, I think relating to the Trump trial, about hearsay, and how not objecting to hearsay is never an issue. It's never harmful, all that type of thing. Well, I did in fact have a case where I won an appeal based on a failure to object to hearsay. And I won it under ineffective assistance of counsel grounds. The deal was basically that this lady had stolen a laptop. And in Washington, the degree of the charge varies depending on the value of the item that's taken. And so above a certain threshold, it becomes a felony. Below a certain threshold, it's a misdemeanor. She was charged and convicted of the felony based on a police officer saying, I got on eBay and Amazon, and I looked around for prices to see, what similar types of laptops would be going for. So I argued that doesn't fit within one of the hearsay exceptions. There's a market report exception to hearsay that often gets used for things like Kelley Blue Book, which are specifically designed to establish fair market values of things. The problem with something like Amazon or eBay, that's not what it's for. It's there for sellers to connect with buyers. And it's kind of normal to price things high because there's going to be haggling, and you're ultimately going to sell it for less than what you initially asked for. So it doesn't tell you anything about what the actual sale price is. It just tells you what the opening gambit is, so to speak. And so I did win on that because that was the only evidence they had to make this thing make this thing a felony as opposed to just a standard misdemeanor theft. But that is fairly unusual. So it puts a lot of pressure on trial counsel to be, on the ball, spotting this stuff in real time, making the right argument in real time. You don't have to have the case law at your fingertips and be able to cite it to the court. It's not that stringent a rule, but you have to at least have the right basis. Like if you're up there objecting to hearsay and the right objection, the one that would get sustained or should get sustained is foundation. You haven't preserved it. You didn't make the right specific objection. So as the appellate lawyer, I have a lot of luxury to be able to think it over. I'm not having to adjust in real time. I get to read it. I get to think about it. I get to ponder it. I get to brainstorm it. Trial counsel doesn't get to do that. So it is definitely a very different role. Deb Wagner became a YouTube member. Welcome, Deb. Thank you. Welcome to the club. Jeff, okay, I starred this because, oh my God, Andrea forgot who the ring bearer was. It wasn't a minor child, but yes, there was a ring bearer. I'm not alarmed at all at this. Don't remember. He's right. He's right. I spaced because our ring bearer, as he says, was not a minor child. It was his adult brother. It was his adult brother, John, who was our ring bearer. So my bad. Yeah, I did. I didn't put those together in the moment. You got to cut me some slack. It's 6 a.m. when I'm talking about my wedding. Okay. My wedding was almost 18 years ago. Sorry, Jeff. Tim Harris, can the defense witnesses also be grilled on prep? Seems like violation of attorney-client prep, but if not, then seems asymmetric. Well, you're right. It is asymmetric. A lot of stuff in a criminal trial is asymmetric. The same rules don't apply to the prosecutor as apply to the defense. And it's deliberately that way because it's the prosecutor who has the burden and because the defendant has privileges. The problem with this is that it would violate attorney-client privilege to be inquiring into that. If they're prepping with somebody who's not an attorney, then it's potentially reachable, but it's still very likely to be work product. Like say the attorney hires some kind of professional to be able to guide you on how to present yourself and things like that. That's very likely going to be part of the attorney-client work product. So no, it's really pretty much untouchable to get into a defendant's communications. You might be able to ask if communications were had, and that's going to be about it. You're not able to ask the details like Mr. Jackson has been doing with these witnesses. When was the conversation? Where was it? What was it about? What questions were you asked? It's going to be off limits. And that's just, part of the asymmetry of the trial. Jenny LJ, I don't remember. I don't remember Colin. Yeah, he sure doesn't remember when it's convenient not to remember. And I thought that was a good little seed that Mr. Jackson planted there. Were you advised to say, I don't remember, I don't recall when you're feeling like you're tripped up, when you're not sure, when you're uncomfortable, just go ahead and say, I don't remember. Of course he denies it. Of course he's going to deny that, but it does plant that seed and the jury is going to be thinking about that. Yeah, it might make sense that that's why all these people are not recalling stuff that it seems like you would recall. You're gonna recall talking to the police. If you haven't talked to the police before and you go in for a formal interview, I'm not buying that you're not gonna recall if you talked about your text messages. Don't buy that you're not gonna recall if you gave them to your dad. Don't buy that for a second. You're going to remember, especially because you've already said this is what made an impact on you about this whole situation in the first place, not the dead guy being found on the lawn shortly after you had left the house. That didn't affect you at all. It's once people were talking about you online and now suddenly you're being brought into it. Well, then you are going to remember what you did to respond to that. You're going to remember how you tried to counter that. You're going to remember why it was important for you to bring up these text messages. I find it very hard to believe that you're not going to remember the mechanism of how you actually did that. Don't know if you gave it to your dad. Not buying it. Who is the creeper sitting behind the defendant? I'm not sure. Do you mean, I'm assuming you don't mean that we're getting from the long view from the camera when we have the O'Keefe family. I'm assuming you mean actually behind her in the courtroom. I'm going to have to keep my eyes open because I haven't paid attention. We haven't, I don't think, seen a lot of that part of the gallery so far today. So next time they take us back there, I'll see if I can spot a creeper and if we know who that is. But if any of you guys in the chat knows who that is, definitely feel free to bring that up. Somebody is saying he's the IT guy. He's the IT guy. Jeffrey C and Rachel K. He's the tech guy. So yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. I buy it. Alana, this is the best chat. Thanks. No, thank you. Thank you guys for making this the best chat. Duncan, Idaho. It's funny, in detective series, they spend the whole episode investigating several plausible leads and eventually figure it out. In real life, they just zero in on one person from the get-go and hold on tight, right or wrong. Yeah, isn't it funny how there's such a disconnect between that narrative of police work and the actual reality of police work that we see? We know how we want police work to be done. We understand intuitively what good police work would look like. And it's kind of funny because I think the police know that too. You know, they understand that it needs to at least look like they're ruling out plausible alternatives, that they're exhausting, they're clearing the field of all potential suspects and stuff like that. But the reality is it just doesn't work that way a lot of the time. And there can be a variety of reasons for that. Sometimes it's not law enforcement's fault. If, for example, they have a suspect that invokes the fifth, if you don't have another way to be able to pin that guy down and he's not cooperating with you, not answering questions that you can then follow up on and see if you can find inconsistencies or something like that, then, you know, yeah, it's a lot harder for them to be able to clear the field. And
I actually will see counsel at sidebar. I wasn't sure
who they can identify. This, frankly, is one of my concerns about the Idaho 4 case. My suspicion is that part of the reason they've focused so hard on Brian Kohberger is because they have this trace DNA and they aren't able to narrow down the field of suspects, such, you know, whoever there might be among the friends and acquaintances of the victims. It's just logical that somebody who commits a murder like this has some connection with them. So I
actually, they'll need to be passed down.
Just an inability to follow up on that. All right, let's see if we get the ruling.
Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
And so I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay, so let's wait a minute.
Good call. It's a close one.
GG will be with the 86 hour.
Thank you.
H will be with the 87.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, you're Ben's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another video at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath,
Correct.
same oath that you took here.
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you. Let's go, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Right? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of him.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form, yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you can fuck
But you're
somebody
not.
up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
What is he think something's opened the door? That was a pretty good ending, I thought. I mean, if that's what you have to impeach Colin Albert at this point in time, you don't have location data, you don't have strict, direct conflict in things that he's said that you can put to him as lies, then that's a pretty good one, showing the this is who this kid really is with his threatening. He's not some non-violent little thing. He's a guy who's constantly got his knuckles all busted up. Talking pretty big. Talking pretty big. I would have liked to have seen that. Make him say, I'm all talk. I was never going to follow that up. I'm not sure he would have said it. I'm not sure he would have said it. I think he might have been able to corner him into saying, no, I would have. I'm not just a blowhard. But we'll never know. And of course, you always get into that risk, the asking the questions you don't know the answer to. You can't push that too hard. But just might have been fun. You can always imagine the scenarios in your head about how something like that would go. But that's the danger, because, what you imagine often doesn't have all that close a relationship to reality. Joanne opened the door to how Colin is the victim and being harassed and we should cry for him. Yeah, maybe that, that has, I don't see the door being opened on this one quite like it was with Allie. I do feel like with Allie, I know this is the minority opinion, but I do think that was pretty fair, because just he was trying to characterize it and the timeline of how all of that happened as bad investigation, when her point is no, it was fine until we were getting harassed. Not sure I really see that with Colin. I mean, I guess we have the timing a little bit, but I just don't know that we got there.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Ally McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
We talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on.
Are you
No.
making yourself a witness,
Now, you
Lally?
testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any diligence, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've
kid
done
is
at
not
any point
sharp.
in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now you're a witness, Mr. Lally.
Now,
Are you going to get on the
You
stand
were
to
asking questions
impeach
about
him?
cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct? Correct. And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would have seen? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come into contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Compound.
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Ally McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Ally McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? Text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of
Thank you.
That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Ally McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination, when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hand, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
When you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
It's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so. Yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked
Chris
about things
punches
about
over
that
pretty well for
February
no
26
training.
photo at, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16. I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they, the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So,
But you didn't know
do you
them.
recall which
They just
came
randomly-
first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah. It was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were a ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, You ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you all said.
So they got
Think about
salty
these people
over
back to Mr. Jackson.
their girls hanging out with the other guys,
Did you leave something?
and that's how all this stuff happened.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that sure sounds
All right,
like you
Mr. Lally,
started
next
it.
witness.
You
Yeah,
got
sure. On the
salty.
Commonwealth
You
call,
went at
Mr.
them.
Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
Matt McCabe, we're starting to get into the good stuff. That means if we have court tomorrow, we should be getting Jen. That could be a long weekend.
Step right up, watch the step. Remain standing and take the court. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Take the stand. Ooh.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Matthew McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
I'll be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canada, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
Where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer.
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe met?
2022, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
Whoa, he's the
And,
IT
how long
guy,
have you been
knows
doing that?
about some digital stuff.
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. You recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What he just said.
What did she play for at that time?
It doesn't
She played for
matter.
Canton High School.
That the varsity game?
It
Yes.
doesn't matter.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It
my second
doesn't
oldest.
matter.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
Was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that game would start or game would be scheduled for?
Lally, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
And what time?
Stop. Just get to the
Typically
waterfall already.
6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's
And
what
in that, I
he
mean,
just
it's
said.
a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was they were playing the town of Foxborough High School
Oh, well, that's
and
it. Guilty.
they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach
Who cares?
and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing in the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would
Oh,
congregate with while
my
watching the game?
Lord.
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the
Guys,
same
I'm
area.
talking over this because it doesn't freaking
So
matter.
you sit there, you watch
Why
the
are we
game,
not spending this much
game is
attention
over, and then
on
what is sort
Karen
of the
Reed's
plan from
car
there? Or
and John
where do you go?
O'Keefe's condition and the proof that she
After
hit
the
him
game,
and killed him
I
and that she did
drove
it
my
intentionally?
younger two daughters back home.
It
So
doesn't
your
matter at
whole
all
family was there for the game?
that they
Is
were at the
correct?
basketball game and that
My
Jen
wife
McCabe
and my
coached
two younger
them.
daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well.
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the Waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what, you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the Waterfall, was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV? Is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the Waterfall?
We went to the Waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the Waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the Waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yeah, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know Jen or I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the Waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the Waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the Waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the Waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the Waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the Waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct, I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the Waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there and where did you go?
When we walked into the Waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the Waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the third table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
Oh, got to make sure you mention the
There was
band.
a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Yes,
Prior to you
yes,
and your wife
Lolly. The
entering
band he
into
just
the
said
Waterfall,
was there.
Recall what, if anything, you did or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the Waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
Or what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team. And her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of the wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? You got a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected
Bluetooth
that
data
evening.
from Jen McCabe's car? Is that why we're asking
Now,
this?
with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
Actually,
In mine, it's the last.
I started the
connected.
call definitely on my phone because my kids were I was on the call for a while. So I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
While you were driving around with your kids.
and when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
So Tristan's still there at
To be clear,
9?
people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakisas came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well.
What were you drinking?
Yes, yeah,
Is it
everybody at
draft
the
or
table,
bottle? Let's just get
to
there,
my
Ellie.
recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
Yeah, we need
I do.
this.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No,
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No,
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure. But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12. So a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the year?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other. But let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to Waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the Waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe it as where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She's seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just as a record of like identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
Couple hundred yards, 2 different streets, the neighborhood with multiple streets. My house
No way, there's
was
more than
on
one street
Sutcliffe.
in the neighborhood?
Drive
The
down
hell you
Sutcliffe,
say?
maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kay?
Yes, my third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in this house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece Kate?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten suffices. So fair
Okay.
to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what if any relationship that either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. There's the door. I was trying to
We're all losing
No,
it
the
here,
door
dude. We
was
can't follow
shaking, so
these
I couldn't
questions
hear
either.
the end of it.
We're just
So
as
around
bored
that
as you
time that
are.
Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of that.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence acting as a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jennifer?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutcliffe, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first, or they to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool. So he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm gonna say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm gonna say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm gonna say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
So they didn't get close to chat about their in-laws?
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating, or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, and it applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner, on the right side. Nicole was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space, and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
Is it fair to say that Nicole didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife?
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall it, a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what if any injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now with
Okay,
reference
Mr.
to
Crystal Light.
Ms. Reed that night, what if anything did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent the Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent the Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them,
Water?
being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in, the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you had applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing or had they?
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
Just say you
So
closed
in that
down the
vein,
bar.
if you
It's
recall,
fine.
can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last two at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the Waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the Waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table, like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the Waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your, to his brother, Christopher Albert? Let me ask you,
Yeah.
what, if any, other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the Waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past, where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
So this is why Karen
When you say
murdered
you kept
John.
saying, was that something that
Was hangry.
defendant
Is
raised
that what
once or more than
is
once?
that what we're getting?
More than once.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Kolokitis, and you walk out of the Waterfall, you go to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
You know what car you
And
mean.
where was she in relation to the car when you get there?
She was already in the car.
So let let me ask you, as far as, where was she seated within the?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, "Where to?" I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
And did she call
She did.
him? And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me
Well,
ask
did you
this.
hear
Did
it?
hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him. Yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address, you described to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, "Come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview." And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, "Well, you know where this child lives?" He said, "Yes." "Okay, drive past her street and the house will come up on the left."
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that
He
correct?
said that.
Yes,
Around the same age?
exact same age, same grade.
Oh, so boring. Hearing
Now-
this unimportant stuff so many times.
When you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, would you say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we to be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, how long a drive is it roughly from the Waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the, where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle.
How did
Because
every single
that driveway you
person
could pull up even
park in
on
the
the right
same
of her,
spot in the driveway?
but somewhere. I don't know exactly.
The Alberts
but
parked there. Ally
she pulled
McCabe
into the
parked
driveway.
there. These guys parked
She pulls in the
there.
driveway, she parks,
Tristan,
you guys go
no,
in the house,
Tristan,
correct?
yeah, Tristan
Yes.
pulled into that
And you
part
get
of
inside
the
the house with
driveway.
anyone you observed there.
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where? in
Did
the
I say
house-
Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room of the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:40, I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So.
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m., is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
Do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
It kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song It's Raining Men.
And you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video, or why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's in the family, it's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see, we're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
Doesn't sound all that funny.
And you have another nephew by the name of, I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the Waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your oldest daughter, Alex, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter Allie was there at the time that you were?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. And other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she'd been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes.
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
Correct. To know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. We informed, my wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again.
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
That would be the front door, I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, your front door, windows, and then there's another door Julie looked out or went out through that door, I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr.
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He
color?
had no, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I would just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was this was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective,
First
you're
one to
looking
see
out,
the
so
Jeep.
driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole. Right there, there's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time and see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it's further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, the fire, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of of snow was falling, correct?
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flagpole, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Albert's residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
So this is the setup
This
for backing.
distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see
A weird
tire
wave
marks.
in the road.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea. Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I heard the answer, I withdraw.
okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see no.
And that was my next point, as far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these three occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with
This is
regard to
good.
this,
Good
on the
stuff
first
by
time
Unity.
that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some points around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
You recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
We better hear about this
If,
black blob.
At this time, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness, exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Let's get if I could have exhibit 71 first.
Nope, we're going to look at the house again.
And so, Ms. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, you put what I asked you. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen as exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you do using the laser pointer, show the jury where that is.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, right here. So it'd be right there.
And still, if I could have exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
It's another photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here. In this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 73. Again, you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photo.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention to where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take, right there.
That's pretty massive area you're indicating there.
So, sir, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you were booked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you go, do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car or windshield wipers on or anything like that in reference to weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was.
Yes,
And
bread.
I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
Nothing about the blob?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrived in the house, you and your wife, where did
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake or had she already fallen?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it.
Just
I went to bed.
hypothetically, we were chatting about how long it might take someone to die in the
The
cold.
morning of the 29th. I'm sorry, yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, you recall, or what woke you up that night?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
Or may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, if you didn't mention Julie Nagel calling out that black blob, then it didn't happen because you would remember that now. That would have been hard etched on your memory the following morning when you found out what happened. The reason why I said Yannetti has got something good here, the reason why I like that is he was finally starting to object to the hearsay about this guy recounting what Jen McCabe was doing and saying and texting and talking to and stuff. Because the more Lally is able to get away with introducing Jen McCabe's version of events through her husband, then that gives him leeway to potentially not call Jen McCabe in order to introduce that testimony. So I liked seeing Yannetti interrupt that, shut that down. No, if we need to hear what conversations were being had, she needs to get on the stand.
Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. Tomorrow's the full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
See if we get anything out of the presence of the jury or if they're just going to sidebar and take it up in the morning. Yeah, it's funny how everybody remembers the bread. The bread is the excuse for why nobody saw out the window except for the blob, that nobody but Julie remembers a comment about the blob. So they're gonna keep sidebarring. I'm just gonna keep it up in case we get anything else from them to let us know what we can expect tomorrow. Well, don't know that I have a whole lot more to say about Colin Albert. I feel like that whole situation just kind of spoke for itself. Really came off pretty different in those videos than he came off in his demeanor and presentation to the court. Matt McCabe. So what's standing out to me about Matt McCabe? Couple things. I don't like to get into people's appearances and stuff like that, just in general. Demeanor is one thing. But I can't get past this guy. Reminds me so much of Barry Gibb. And it's contributing to the teeth sucking, I think. It looks like his teeth are a little too big for his mouth.
Court, all rise.
All right, I guess that's it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, well, that's it for the day. But the other thing that really stood out to me about him is he used some stuff that strikes me as cop talk. And he's not a cop, he's an IT guy, right? Which is, don't know what we want to make of that, if anything. IT is not that unusual a job, but you're probably a little bit more knowledgeable about digital footprints, information, the type of stuff that's out there, how to manage it, how to secure it, et cetera, than just the random person out there in the population. So I wouldn't expect this guy to talk like a cop, but when he says, we walked into a bar and we identified where the people were sitting, this is cop talk. That's how you read it in a police report. That's the language that they use. Talking about your vehicles, that is cop talk. Normal people say car. Normal people say truck. They say SUV. They don't say, well, the vehicle was, XYZ. So I am just, picking up on little things like that kind of make it sound like he's picking up on these patterns of communication based on the people that he hangs out with. This is just part of the family that he's in, and those people talk like that, and so he talks like it as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people say I identified our family when we walked in the bar, and that's a normal thing to say for someone who's not a cop. But that's just how it strikes me. So much boring going on in this testimony. What are we at now? We've gotten through 39. He's witness number 39, and we still have 48 more to go. So less than halfway through the Commonwealth's case at the end of the day today. We're a rate of 2 witnesses per half day. This is not going so well from a time management standpoint. Okay, this is a really little thing, but he said he had to brush the snow off of his car with his hand. It's a Suburban or a Yukon, whatever. This is a massive vehicle. You're not reaching very far onto the windshield with your hand with that. You need like a brush. You need the extended thing. It is high. It is wide. It is out there. I do not believe that this guy is brushing the snow off the windshield of his Suburban with his hand. So just a kind of convenient little detail that he had to remember there to correspond with the snow being heavier. So that explains the visibility issues, why you were able to see tracks outside the window in this dark area an hour or so before. But now when you're leaving, you're not able to see a body on the lawn that your headlights would be sweeping over, that you would be looking straight out of that windshield because, of course, you're being very attentive to your driving. So that seemed not right to me. It's just the kind of detail that you might add on to sort of self-corroborate, but it's not. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. You did not brush the snow off the Suburban with your hand. Yeah. just don't really know what else to say. The Jeep, he's the only one that now sees the Jeep parked on that side of the road. Nobody else has seen the Jeep. The people that pulled up and parked over there didn't see the Jeep. Ally McCabe didn't see the Jeep. Like, we're having that Rashomon problem again, where all of these people have different accounts, and by making them his witnesses, the Commonwealth is just kind of creating problems for itself in terms of the jury not being able to rely on them to know what's happening. They're not getting anything consistent. Who are they supposed to believe? Who's right? Who's not right? That's what, if you're being smart, you shift that off onto the defense side. Let them be the ones presenting the stuff that's inconsistent. But instead, the Commonwealth is just deciding to take ownership of all of this, all these people, all these inconsistencies, and that's just not helpful for building a case beyond a reasonable doubt. The weird wave in the snow. What was up with that? The weird wave in the snow? Pretty sure in the statement of facts, he said it looked like a 3-point turn, which is pretty easy to identify, right? It goes out, it goes back, and it goes the other way. And that, as I recall, was the initial explanation for how Karen Reed would have hit John with her car, that she hit him while backing up in this way. So it seems that story has changed. It's no longer a 3-point turn. The car isn't facing the opposite direction. It's facing the same way the entire time that the SUV is. And instead, now we have it pulled all the way up in front of the neighbor's house to set up the ability to back up and, then potentially hit John, I guess, from that direction. That seems to be what they're trying to establish. Yeah, I don't know that that's going to be helpful. It's definitely going to come up in cross-exam that this is not the same story that you gave initially. It was not a weird wave. It was a 3-point turn, and it's not really easy to confuse those things. A weird wave, fishtailing, is that weird? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's weird about these tracks so far. Yes, I'm very skeptical that somebody looking out the window out in the dark is going to see tracks anyway, but I don't consider that impossible. There is ambient light. It is starting to snow. That's making it a little bit more brilliant. If the snow is starting to stick, then yes, you might be able to see where the black top where the tires went shows through, and you can see the tracks. I don't necessarily rule that out entirely, but I'm just really not buying that you could see those tracks all the way through those windows and you didn't see a body straight out your windshield as you were backing your car out, pulling forward and heading on your way. It's, I'm sorry, the bread conversation is just really not that distracting. So I'm going to go ahead and see where we're at with the chats. Maybe this got deleted or I missed your answer, but who is the guy sitting behind the defense? The chat consensus was this is the IT guy. This is just some part of the team or maybe court staff. I'm not sure exactly. I do remember that the defense had made a motion to have their IT guy be able to sit in the well with them, which was, a big deal because Judge Cannoni is very big on these formalities, and normally it's only the licensed attorneys who get to sit on the well side of the bar. So that's, I think, who that is. Duncan, Idaho, I'm going to be honest. I have already convicted Koberger in my mind just from looking at him. If he didn't do it, then it's a bummer that he looks like a much more murdery version of Dennis from IASIP. I'm not sure what IASIP is. I'm going to have to think that one over. My perspective on this is really that, to me, he looks pretty normal. But we have been very strongly primed to look at him and see a creepy guy. We've seen him, our first impressions of him were in the prison gear, in the stressful situation. I remember the shot when they got him outside, taking him into the courthouse in Pennsylvania, and he's looking over at the camera and he has a strong scowl on his face. It's kind of a scary, scary looking photo. But we can all be kind of caught in bad moments from time to time. So, when you're a news photographer, you're trying to catch the picture that shows drama. If you have a whole, continuous firing shutter and you have like 100 photographs from a 5 to 10 second interval of time, you're gonna pick out the one that gives you the most drama. And that's the one where he looks like he is staring down the camera very angry. But to me, this can very much be, I'm still kind of not sure what is going on here. I'm still kind of shocked. So that's the context in which he was presented to us. And let's, of course, not forget the whole side-by-sides of him with Ted Bundy. Okay. People wanting to, I guess, draw a kind of physical similarity between them. That may be the case, but I really haven't seen that when it comes to actual comportment, when it comes to expressions and demeanor and stuff like that. I remember back, the visuals from the Bundy trial, and he is a very classic, narcissistic type of client. He reminds me of the guy from Waukesha, whatever his name was, Grounds, Daryl Brooks. Reminds me a lot of that guy, a little bit better contained and not so antagonistic, but very arrogant, very sneering, lots of smirks throughout the course of the proceeding. Has to be front and center, he's not going to have lawyers. He's going to take over and run his own defense. Not seeing that same kind of thing from Koberger myself. He's been extremely compliant and quiet in court. He's not injecting himself. He's not making a thing about it. He's not responding and reacting and snorting and arguing with his lawyers constantly. I mean, when I have one of those people as a client, it's so annoying because they're so disagreeable and so hostile that they're constantly reacting to what is going on. They don't like what the prosecutor had to say. They're going to let me know instantly that they disagree with it. And it's just this constant push and pull with my attention with these people. So I will give them a pad of paper and a pen and tell them, write all of your things down, and then we'll be able to talk about them when there's a break or something like that, because my attention needs to be focused on what's happening here. And I can't have, you distracting me every time something comes to your attention. So that's my perspective. I am not seeing the kind of stuff from Brian Koberger that I would expect from somebody who is being pitched to us as a psychopathic murderer type. But I also think, I understand that just given the context of how he was presented, I think we were primed very much to see him that way. So I'm not trying to talk down to you or anything like that, or say that, you're wrong. You're certainly entitled to your perspective. But I just would invite you to maybe explore that a little bit and think about where you got that impression and how that impression was formed. And what if anything you've seen since then that would tend to either corroborate or disprove that impression that you had. Stephanie L is a new member. Thanks, Stephanie. Welcome to the crew. Appreciate having you here. I starred this one again. Why was it only one hand that got injured? Wouldn't both hands get injured, Andrea? Well, if his left is as strong as his right, then they're both going to get injured. But so typically you're right. If you're an orthodox fighter, you stand with your left foot in the front and your right foot in the back. And so your left hand is more of your range finder. It's the one that's closest to the opponent. And so that's what you use to gauge the distance. You know how close they are to you based on whether you can touch them with your jab, basically. And it's a hand that you can use for quick side punches, quick little hooks and stuff like that. If you get under them and duck under, you can come to the body with your left hand. That one can be a really powerful punch. By and large, though, your jab, not that people never get knocked down by a jab, it does happen, but it's not really a knockout punch. It's more the range finder. Your power comes from that rear hand, because what's happening is the whole weight of your body is turning into that punch. Your hips are turning, your shoulders are turning, your weight is transferring from your rear foot to your front foot. And so that's what's delivering all that power there. That's the knockout punch. So that's why his right hand would be injured and not his left, because he's busy, hitting these power shots and not putting the same kind of oomph into what's coming from his left hand. Duncan, Idaho. Colin, isn't it true that you are, in fact, all talk? I would have loved to have seen this question. I would have loved to have seen how he handled something like this. Put him on the spot. If you're trying to say you're nonviolent and you're just this peaceful guy and this was just shit talk, then yeah, acknowledge you never had any intention of following it up. In fact, if these guys did actually pull up, you'd probably run like a scared little girl. Make him put him on the spot. Make him either say that or make him acknowledge that, yeah, actually, if it did push come to shove, he probably would be willing to go ahead and throw down with those guys, because now that helps your defense case that, oh, you got into some kind of, chest bumping conflict with John O'Keefe. That's what you would have done. You wouldn't have just shouted some insults and skittered away. You would have beaten his ass, as he likes to say. Michael Corey, if this were my case, I would be furious. This harassment stuff is so irrelevant and clearly reversible error, has nothing to do with Karen Reed. Well, I mean, like I've said, it's definitely prejudicial. But the question is it unfairly prejudicial? Is it so unrelated to the motivations and thought processes of these witnesses? Is it so unrelated to the way that the investigation unfolded that it doesn't have really any value to add? And I can't say that it's so out there that this is clearly an abuse of discretion by Judge Bev. You might still raise this in your appeal, but it's going to be a hard one to win on, just because, number one, she does have so much discretion to be able to make those decisions. And as long as the state is going to be able to articulate why this had value, why it was important for the jury to understand this is why things were disclosed in the time frame that they were, then I think that's going to be upheld. With Colin, I'm not sure that I see the door being opened quite as well as I see it with Ali. But at this point now, your problem is harmfulness. The jury's already heard it. So is it adding anything really for just another person to mention that this is going on? I don't know. And then, of course, the bottom line always with evidentiary issues, if Karen Reed gets convicted, is this the reason why? Is this why? Because somebody said something about harassment on the stand? Really unlikely. You might raise it anyway because it can help contribute to an argument for cumulative error, which is a doctrine that basically says, look, there were a gazillion mistakes in this case, and not any single one of them was so egregious that in and of itself it would require a new trial. But when you take the sum total of everything that happened, the overall effect of that was to create a situation that was unfair. So you can raise that. Cumulative error is a very hard argument to win. It very rarely happens. I've been at a conference once where the appellate judges were, presenting to the attorneys about how to present a good legal brief and legal argument and stuff like that, what they consider persuasive. And I actually asked that question about, is there really any value of raising cumulative error? And they fairly frankly, I thought told me pretty much not. Like most of the time, no, you're not going to get there with a cumulative error argument. So yeah, it's prejudicial. Yeah, I don't necessarily like it. And I would like to see, like I said before, a little bit more from the defense to try to distance that from Karen Reed herself. But the problem is, I'm not sure that they can do that without opening even more doors to all of this collateral stuff about, well, did Karen Reed hire Turtle Boy? Is there some kind of relationship there? Is this being done at her behest? It's just a road I think they don't necessarily want to go down. So let the people have their say about they feel harassed because they've been getting emails. They've had people show up at their house and stuff like that. Obviously, they haven't said Karen did any of that. And just go ahead and let it lie. It's emotional, but honestly, it's not that damaging. Does it prove Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe? No. Duncan, Idaho, are jurors allowed to stand up to avoid falling asleep during testimony like this, or is it just sit and struggle through it? I'm having a rough time myself. Yeah, it's sit and struggle through it. Some judges will let the jury, will tell them, if at any point you need to stand up, stretch, whatever, just go ahead and do that. But many of them do not, because it's going to be distracting in the courtroom if that's going on. So generally speaking, yeah, you just have to sort of sit there and take it. Oh, and by the way, if you doze off in court, that's misconduct. Which is so unfair, right? Like if things are so bad that I can't even stay awake while you're asking these awful, repetitive, boring questions, that's somehow my fault. I'm the one that's not suited to be a juror, and not you, Mr. Lally, need to up your game when it comes to being able to present a case that people actually want to pay attention to. That's just how it goes. That's the rules. That's how it works. So I would suspect if somebody was having trouble staying awake and they maybe alerted the bailiff or, waved to the judge or something like that to let them know, look, I need a break. I can't handle this anymore. She would probably accommodate that. But no, by and large, you grin and you deal with it and you do your best not to snooze. It would be awesome to see split screen to see the notes Andrea takes during testimony. Well, I'll tell you, I'll go ahead and show you what I do when I do this. It's not really that interesting. I have all these tabs for like what witness it is. Is it direct? Is it cross? I'll go through and add some for different colors to distinguish the days. And it's just so that I can flip through it, pretty quickly and identify, what's happening when. And so my notes, I don't know if you can see them, but they're pretty detailed. I take down a lot of what's being said. And the reason why is just because it helps me go back later on. If I watch the replay, I want to see exactly what somebody said at a specific point. It's excruciating to be going back through, a couple hours of somebody's testimony when you don't remember. There's just like 5 seconds you need and you don't remember exactly where it happened. So these notes are just basically to give me signposts to be able to find different points throughout the testimony. So I know, I'm looking for the point when the driver, whatever his name was, the guy that had the weird name, Dan. I'm not even going to try. Sorry, D'Antuono. It looks like D'Antuono. It looks like an Italian name. Anyway, I need to know for some reason whether he put his blinkers on or not. So I'm going to be able to look through the testimony, see, okay, it's going to be right after the point where he said he didn't recognize the SUV that was coming up the hill towards them. And then that way I can search the transcript, or I can look through the look through the video and find that point in time. So that's what I do and why. Yeah. Sometimes I'll draw like a little star if there's something that catches my attention, or, you know, take a little note. Like I have a little note here from Colin Albert's when they got into the harassment, a little question, defense opened the door. So that just kind of reminds me of significant things that happened over that course in time. Duncan, Idaho. I get numb to it, but then realize with frustration every few minutes how boring and unfocused this direct is. It's like a brain fog. It really is. It really is. We know more about the kids' sports. We know more about the kids' sports and who was playing who that night and all of that kind of thing. We know more about that than we know about this supposed motor vehicle collision that is the entire subject of this criminal case. It's just getting ridiculous. I don't know why we're still doing this. I really don't know why Judge Bev is not compelling them to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. If you're so concerned about the jury and the jury's time and respecting it, the Commonwealth is not doing that. Bottom line, they are wasting our time here. This is gonna go long. They are gonna go longer than the 4 weeks that they estimated. There is just no way around that. We are not getting through more than half of their witnesses still to go in 1/4 of the time that they've already spent on it. Haley Wolf at Jeff, we clearly need her opinion on vodka mixed with Crystal Light. I mean, I guess if you're wanting low calorie drinks, that's pretty much it. But of course, alcohol in itself is pretty high calorie. You had 3 to 5 vodka drinks. Unless those were really chintzy pours, you had 300 to 500 calories in alcohol, even if the mixer doesn't have any calories in it. So, I mean, whatever, you know, pick your mixer. Would I pick Crystal Light? Heck no, absolutely not. It makes my stomach turn even thinking about it. When I think of Crystal Light, I don't think of the powder stuff you get now. I think back to the old 80s days. Like I just have pictures of, you know, big hair and headbands and spandex and leg warmers. That's what I think of when I think of Crystal Light. So, yeah, not going to be my drink of choice by any stretch of the imagination. Jeff, I highlighted this because I got to call this out. Vodka-wise, Andrea had a Cosmo phase. It's over now. No, no, I am disputing this. I did not have a Cosmo phase. My husband had a Cosmo phase where that's what he would make. Jeff likes to drink vodka drinks. I do not particularly care for vodka. I never have. And the reason why is because I had one of those terrible alcohol incidents at a younger age where you go a little overboard, you have a very, very terrible next morning, and now you can't even smell this thing without that memory coming back to you for decades after the fact. That's me and vodka. So I am not particularly a big vodka fan. I like gin. I like things that have a little bit of I mean, it's the herbal stuff. It's a little bitters. I mean, I don't know. It's just more interesting to me than just flat plain vodka. Still kind of makes my stomach turn. But honestly, guys, I really don't drink much anyway. I was thinking back over when I saw this question. When was the last time I even had a cocktail? I mean, it's been a couple months at least. And the last thing I was drinking when I was really into cocktails, I was drinking Manhattans. So yeah, I don't know about that Cosmo phase, but thanks for trying to throw me under the bus with that. Make me look like some Sex in the City girl or something. Pine Writer became a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you for joining and welcome to the club. Dibs, are there ever any appeal issues with sentences like that? Was it fair to say there were no issues and they say no when he means yes? Well, Appeal issues in the sense that your record is extremely messy. Yeah, it gets real difficult to be able to articulate to a court what was actually said and what was communicated when the questions are this bad. Now, if they wanted to, Jackson and Yannetti could probably be objecting to just about every single question that Mr. Lally asks because they are all improper. They are bad form. They are leading. He's constantly leading the witnesses. They are vague. All of these sort ofs and qualifiers, they are compound. He asks them to talk about this or this or this or this, a long list of things that should be separate questions, because if you ask him, you know, did you see the car behind the driveway or at the mailbox or at the fire hydrant? And the guy says, no, which one is he talking about? So it's just, these are all objectionable questions, and it's a strategic decision that they've made that they're just going to let it go. And that's a judgment that any sort of ambiguity there is going to reflect against the state and against the state's burden of proof. You don't necessarily want to help the state make a more precise record, or the Commonwealth here, make a more precise record of what's happening in court. You want your own record to be precise, but you're not necessarily going to give them any help. And if they can't figure out how to do that on your own, you know, as the old saying goes, never interrupt your enemy when he's in the middle of making a mistake. So I think that's what they're doing here. Yeah, it could kind of create appellate issues. It's not going to be the type of thing like the question in and of itself is an error. But if the fact that needs to be established in response to that question is important, and because of your bad questioning, it's ambiguous what the answer is, yeah, that can definitely be a big problem on appeal. Michael Corey, if you could see tire tracks, you could see a body. That's kind of what I'm inclined to think. And that's why I think he's trying to emphasize that, oh, it was worse by the time we got home. You couldn't see as much. I had to clear the window of my Suburban with my hand. Not buying it. You're not tall enough to do that. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar can maybe be doing that. You're not doing that. I'm certainly not doing that. And I think I'm probably taller than this guy, although can't say for sure, but probably in the ballpark. Duncan, Idaho. Yeah, you're right. He's still innocent, but I just don't like the cut of his jib. Then again, I'm one of the unwashed bus stop masses. Oh, don't undersell yourself, Duncan. Don't undersell yourself. I'm not, claiming to have a better read than anybody else. I'm just trying to offer food for thought and in my perspective. As I've always said, I'm not definitive. I'm just another person with an opinion. Satan sent me some hearts. Thank you, Satan. I love you too. Now go ahead and clip that, Amber Heard fans. Sibling Creature became a YouTube member. Thanks for joining, Sibling Creature. Welcome, and appreciate having you here. So, I mean, what do we have? Another nothing day for the Commonwealth. It's another nothing day for the Commonwealth. We're still not any closer to establishing anything. Still not sure why the Commonwealth is calling all of these witnesses. Definitely don't know why they're calling them at this point in time. We haven't heard from a single state trooper yet. We haven't heard from a medical examiner. We haven't heard from any technical people. We haven't heard from anybody at the hospital. There's so much still to go that we were told we were going to get. And here we are still not getting it. Instead, we're getting all of these details about bread conversations and basketball and the band at the Waterfall. And it is definitely starting to get a bit old. If it's getting old for me as a trial watching connoisseur, I don't even have to be there. I am here of my own free will, voluntarily watching this. Then the poor jury who is stuck there, who probably doesn't do this for fun because they feel like it. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine how this is affecting them. I cannot think that they are impressed by this. How could they possibly be impressed by any of this? It's just, yeah, it's just not working for me. So JP here says they are calling the witnesses because they are dismantling the defense theory that somebody else killed John. Well, are they? Are they? Because I'm not seeing that they are. I'm seeing that they're calling witnesses that have no evidence that Karen Reed killed John. And we have not ruled out the entire universe of possibilities of how John could have been killed. That could include people not in the Albert house. I don't see that they're dismantling this theory at all. I see that they're putting people on the stand who have very little to add and who are being dismantled by the defense. Every single one of them has had some issue with their recollection, with their inconsistency, with their connections, with weird butt dials and communications that they shouldn't have been having at the time that they had them. Life 360 data, putting you somewhere other than where you said you were. All of these things the Commonwealth now has to explain to justify why am I believing these people that they're not implicated, they're all on the up and up, and instead it's Karen Reed who committed this crime when I don't even know yet that she hit him with her car. I remain baffled at this theory. I really, really do. So, I mean, I understand that this is what they're trying to do. It's a pre-buttal. They're trying to pre-butt the defense case. And I just don't think that it is working at all. Really don't think it's working at all. So, I mean, I guess we'll be back again tomorrow, bright and early. More from the Commonwealth. The big $1 million question, are we getting Jen McCabe tomorrow? We are narrowing in on the point where she's the logical witness to kind of start to need to call. You've gone through pretty much everybody who's been at the house. You've put it off for as long as you can. She is the logical witness to call after Matt McCabe. And we can anticipate already, based on what we already know, what a ripe field for cross-examination that is going to be. We already know she's made multiple statements that are not consistent with each other. When you are antagonistic to law enforcement, when you're the target of law enforcement, we've talked about this before, the tiniest little change in your story, even if it's just at the invitation of the police to expand upon what you already told them and provide them more detail to flesh something out, that will quite often be construed against you as changing your story. But apparently, if you are not on the side, that law enforcement is trying to target, you can change your story over and over and over again, and nobody seems to see any problem with that. So that's going to be an issue. Why did you not mention the black blob that you heard about in the car on the drive home? Why did you not mention that to first responders the next morning, when it would have been very helpful for them to know this guy might have been lying out here since 1:45 in the morning when somebody going home was driving by and saw a black blob out there? Give them a little bit more information about the context, whether to expect that he's going to be revivable under those types of conditions, better information in terms of instantly narrowing down who do we need to be focusing on, what are the circumstances that we need to be exploring to conduct our investigation. Should have mentioned that instantly. Didn't certainly hear anything from anybody else that has testified so far that they were put on notice that that had happened. Even if we can't get into Jennifer McCabe told me X, because of hearsay restrictions, there are still ways to get that in. The effect on me, the effect on the listener is an exception to the hearsay rule. And so if first responders had taken action or come to be aware that possibly he had been lying out there since 1:45 in the morning, I think we would have heard it. We haven't heard anything like that. So I doubt she said it. That's going to be a hard question to answer. And then, of course, we have all the deleted calls, the deleted Google searches, Haas Long to die in cold. She's going to get hammered with that. We already know she's going to get hammered with that. So if we get her tomorrow, the question is going to be, I don't think even Lally at his best, at his most lollygagging, is going to be able to drag her out through the entire day to not have the defense starting their cross-examination before we get into the weekend. And now, number one, that's going to be the entire conversation for the weekend is whatever they're able to get to in the first part of their cross. But they're then also going to have the entire weekend to be able to strategize. Where do we go from here? What do we do next? Just make sure that they have everything buttoned up for that cross-examination, because everyone knows that's a very, very significant one in the case. So maybe he'll delay some more. Maybe he won't call her tomorrow because he knows that stuff too. But I just have not seen the kind of strategic thinking from Mr. Lally that would incline me to think that he is evaluating his case strategy along those lines. So we'll see. But definitely getting closer and closer, and harder to get away from it. Handsome Devil says Karen Reed's lawyers' tactics worked for Harvey Weinstein. Did they? Because as far as I remember, Harvey Weinstein got convicted. Now, maybe he didn't get convicted of every single charge and every single accusation. And obviously, the situation in New York, I can't attribute that to good defense lawyering. He got a reversal on appeal because the prosecutor overstepped. The trial court let in stuff they shouldn't have let in. And everybody knows what those standards are when it comes to presenting evidence of other prior bad acts, other misconduct. This appeal decision. This was not a novel area of the law. This was not really breaking any new ground at all. Nothing whatsoever revolutionary about this decision. It is simply applying well-established principles to the facts of his particular case. And the bottom line is that it is so prejudicial to bring in this where there's smoke, there's fire type of evidence, that unless there is an extremely strong hook to the crime that you are trying to prove, yeah, it's error to bring that in. And everybody would have known that going in. So that's not good lawyering that got him that win on appeal. That is overreach by the prosecutor and the court simply going along with that. So I'll say that from my perspective, so far, Alan Jackson is definitely my favorite lawyer. I think he's extremely talented. I've mentioned before, I really like his demeanor. He is much more clean and technical with his work than David Yannetti, who is more of a brawler. And they both have their appeal. They both have their strengths. But I think we saw some of the downsides of that. For example, with Colin Albert, when you have a Dave Yannetti style with that type of witness, it can look a little bit like you're manhandling her, and for not really any good reason. There's a skill to be able to slip in the knife while you're smiling in somebody's face. And Alan Jackson definitely has that skill. And I think that tends to work well with a jury, because if you're not being extremely disagreeable and confrontational, then if the witness isn't working with you, if the witness isn't going to concede reasonable things, then they're the ones that look bad about that, not you. If you're getting up there and yelling at them, everyone kind of expects, well, yeah, you might be defensive and you might be a little bit hostile to being treated like that. But if somebody is just being apparently friendly and not really all that mean, and just agreeing with you when you correct them and stuff like that, then it just makes you look that much worse when you're the bad guy who won't give an inch. You don't remember a single thing. You know, even something as reasonable as like, was it 5 a.m. when you left the waterfall? You know, you won't even narrow it down that much. You're the one that looks unreasonable. So I don't know if you call that a tactic or if you call that a style. I would personally call that a style. You know, I guess in some sense, I'm not really sure what the tactics here are referring to, but yeah, not sure that I buy they worked for Harvey Weinstein because you know, he's still in prison last I checked. So we're going to go ahead and wrap this one up today. Look forward to what we get tomorrow, bright and early. Yeah, a lot to kind of put my thoughts together over the last 3 weeks. I just don't know where we're getting. I really don't know where we're getting. I'd like to think we're finally getting into the good stuff. But I'm just not convinced, and I'm still not persuaded that this hasn't been a terrible mistake to lead with all of these witnesses who look shady, who have the connections with the investigators, who are hiding things and offering implausible, extremely implausible explanations for stuff. You did not scrape your knuckles slipping and falling on the ice. You did not catch yourself on the fist. It didn't happen. Absolutely nobody bought that. It's not helping you to lead with these people and then go into your technical presentation, because you already know the defense is prepared to challenge your technical presentation. So the jury is going in here skeptical, not believing the people that you put on the stand. And your risk now is that's going to carry over to the people who might actually have something material and valuable to add to your case that might actually tend to prove that Karen Reed did hit John O'Keefe with her car. So you've shot yourself in the foot, weakening your own case significantly by choosing to do this pre-buttal strategy, trying to anticipate where the defense is going, focusing more on clearing the Alberts and the McCabes of any kind of involvement, and less on proving that it was Karen Reed who, in fact, committed this crime. So, with that, I'm going to be checking out. I'll plan to be back bright and early again tomorrow, 5:45. I'm kind of glad it's Friday. Don't know about you guys. I wake up a little bit as the day goes on, but I'm not going to lie. I'm, not really the morning person. I'm not a morning person, but getting up at 5 is a little bit earlier than I'm normally used to. Even this time of year when I'm naturally going to wake up a little bit early. So I'm going to enjoy having a weekend to kind of, relax, get back on my own schedule a little bit, get back into the boxing gym, see if I can't maybe scrape my own knuckles up a little bit. So hopefully we'll get something good and exciting tomorrow to keep us intrigued, give us stuff to talk about over the weekend. And yeah, we'll see what we get. So thanks everybody for joining me. Thank you for your memberships. Thank you for your comments. Thanks for giving us a great chat. Really do enjoy what I see of the chat. I know Jeff is having a good time with the chat. So even though he's trying to throw me under the bus with this Cosmo drinking kind of stuff, I'll go ahead and forgive him for that. And hey, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. We've got a beautiful day outside. I'm looking forward to enjoying some of that. So until bright and early tomorrow, guys, I'll see you next time.